Welcome to the Losers Club. Fortunately, if you're watching me, you're probably a loser. Hate to break it to you. We got some good people on our team. They all happen to be losers too. Of course, my favorite is Osho. And tonight we're celebrating the fact that we're not in prison. And there's certainly going to be some detractors who are going to say, oh, so you're confessing you got away with a crime, are you? Well, I'm not confessing to that. I'm instead saying that there are people who are in... What's that prison called? That really bad one, CCOT. There are people in all sorts of really bad situations. And sometimes you have to punch down. And I hate to say it, but... Well, you know what? That's true. I really do hate to say it. I'm not going to say it. But nothing. Sometimes you have to appreciate what you have. And you don't have to punch down to do that. And so tonight, I was synthesizing what it would be like in my mind to be on acid. And I just started getting really into the present moment. One of the things that happens is I get really into the present moment, and it's wonderful. And I thought, oh, you can do this without the acid too, can't you? And I said, yeah, you are. Obviously, when you have emotional problems, relationship problems, it's hard to be in the present moment. You can't really meditate when you have to get medicine for your kids, or when you're in the thick of some melodrama. And so I'm watching this video. It's this guy driving an old BMW, kind of like what Darius used to drive, this really perverted psychologist who I used to hang out with. Psychologists, psychiatrists are more perverted than ordinary people. This is what Osho says. And it's this old BMW, and it's just driving around, and the title is Driving Around Till I Felt Okay Again. And I was once driving around at Rockway Gardens, this place where I took my friend to tell him about what happened when I was 13. And I was like clenching my fists, and I was all aggressive about it, almost accusing him. He had nothing to do with it. He knew nothing about it. He didn't even know me back then. But it was very weird. I was projecting onto him like he was my dad or something. I guess projecting wouldn't be the right word. I was imagining that he was punishing me. He was somehow responsible. I never saw it like that. It was mental. I've already told you about this in another video. I don't mean to go back into that. But it was psycho. And I didn't say anything screwed up to him, but my vibes were just totally off. And I was driving in that Rockway Gardens area once, which is a really off place. It's like a side street within a side street. And a cop was there with a rye program. Very weird place. He must have been there just to pull me over. And I acted. I said, and this was completely acting. It was true, but the way I said it was completely acting. I said, this is going to sound really weird to you. And I knew it wouldn't sound weird. I knew it was totally normal. I said, this is going to sound really weird to you. But again, I don't know if this is okay, but I'm actually not going anywhere. I mean, I was more cool than that. Okay, I don't think I said again, but he's like, where are you going? I said, this is going to sound really weird, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm just driving around listening to music, and it just helps me clear my mind. And, you know, my real response would have been to say, nowhere. I'm just driving wherever I feel like. But I did the whole, this might sound weird. I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but, you know, I actually have social anxiety, and I try to drive around to like clear my social anxiety. It's totally weird. Don't judge me. Okay. I'm really sorry. Is it okay that I'm doing this? And he was like, oh yeah, I get it. And so, you know, he let me go. And, you know, something about driving. It's not exactly base jumping. The average lifespan of a base jumper is like 5 years. It puts you in the present moment. You're driving around in a car. You have to look at things. You have to pay attention to what's going on. It kind of grounds you in the present moment. And acid does the same thing. It's tactile. Kind of like picking your nose when you're stressed. Although I pick my nose because I'm obsessive. I don't like it if there are boogers in my nose. And I don't like it if I have hair in my nose either. This really upsets me. And so tonight, I was just watching the TV. I was getting into it. I did punch down a little bit, which I don't really like. I said, could you imagine if you're in one of those horrible prisons? Now, we could talk about that. Lashing out. If there were movies that were made about being a TI in X amount of time from now, you would have movies where a TI goes to prison, and you would be rooting for them as the hero of the story. And you would say, if only you understood what they were going through, then you would understand why they did what they did, and you would be rooting for them as the hero of the story. And you would say they were well within their rights to do that, even though they went to prison. And sometimes we have to be appreciative that we're not in prison, that we've never done anything that has put us in prison. And we have to recognize Hansi in the show Fargo, where he says, we used to crawl down the rat tunnels, and we never talked about the horrors that we saw in there. And you get no validation from anyone, and it's really horrifying. And I'm sure this is the case for a lot of people, not just targeted individuals. I'm sure a lot of gang stalkers are subjected to really horrifying things as well. Things that you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. And so today I made a podcast. I got 13 people who viewed it. My big, stupid ego started flaring up. I thought, I want to be more famous. And then I thought, oh my God, you've went to support groups. Talking to 13 people is a rush. Talking to 18 people, talking to 20 people, talking to 5 people. Some of them, all of them, most of them, a few of them, who knows, might hate you. But you're not really talking to them anyway. You don't engage with them anyway. You don't read the comments anyway. Sam Vaknin, who's a targeted individual, a famous 500,000 subscriber, self-proclaimed targeted individual psychologist who really likes Israel, I think. Which is odd, because you think that Israel is the people targeting us, that the president of the United States is Satan-Yahu. And you'd think, as if Sam Vaknin is from Israel, I don't know, but he has an Israeli lawyer. I think he travels to Israel. I think he's pro-Israel. And he's all about narcissistic abuse and psychopathy. That's an odd one. I've never criticized him for liking Israel. I'm not exactly sure what his stances are, but I think Israel is really bad. I think they're doing very bad things. But then again, that's just a place. I don't really know how you'd say that a place is bad. But it seems to be like a good percentage of the people there are really into crimes against humanity. And what I found, I'm not exactly sure if this is true, but what I found, I like Lauren personally. He said about the 2019 Holocaust that it's not going to work. And he kind of had a ringing back to the previous one, that it didn't work then and it's not going to work now. And I watched one of his videos tonight and it was freaking amazing. But what I felt, and I could be wrong on this, but what I felt is that not fighting a battle in which the cards are rigged against me has helped me more. And that I'm really happy I didn't go to prison, but I'm also really happy that I stuck in there. I could be totally wrong, okay? And I know tomorrow when I go outside, I'm going to get a bunch of messages saying you were really wrong. Today, for example, I went outside and I sat in the yard, and within a couple minutes sitting out in the yard, there were 5 cars honking. Beep, 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 beep. One car honked 3 times, and another car honked 2 times. That's kind of fucked up. You go outside, you sit outside. Clearly someone is telling me it's probably the handler who sent those kids on the bridge. If you remember my video from yesterday. I think they have moral injury. I think they're not actually bragging that they're Diddy. Well, the point that I'm trying to make is, I think by being nonviolent, I have gotten help, which is besides the point. The point is don't go to prison. But I think as an additional benefit of being a consistent, present, warrior? I don't know. A peaceful warrior, like in that movie, The Peaceful Warrior. Being consistent and present. I don't know what I am. Someone called me a tiger once. I said, I'm not a tiger. I was thinking in my mind, although I wouldn't say it. I'm a king. A king doesn't fight. But then later on, I said, I'm not even a king. Even that is too low for me. And the reason why is because I'm alone. And my highest points don't involve other people. And when I try to make them involve other people, I fantasize that, oh, how great I am. If they could only see me now, the heights I'm reaching. I always come down. And I think a king needs people beneath them, and I don't need people beneath me. Obviously, when I'm in my lower realms, I want to be a king, clearly. But that's actually something not to brag about. That's something that you would either be a fool to look up to me, or you would be wiser than me and you would pity me for that. And sometimes when I'm in my true mode, I realize it. I see my own foolishness, that I want to be above people. And I want to impress people. And it's not so crass as saying, I want 1 million followers on YouTube. It might just be impressing someone, having a power fantasy of doing a karate kick and kicking someone really hard and they fly into outer space, or doing a double backflip or something ridiculous, or impressing a girl, or impressing guys, saying, look at the girl I have. I'll bet you wish you were me, right? And this is very fragile. This is very much a slave kind of move, because then what kind of enlightened master are you if you need an enlightened slave? The Buddha said when he'd come back as a friend, but not as a master. I don't think I'm enlightened, but sometimes I've reached peaks that were really great, and I'd like to get those back. And as far as I know, to get those back, I have to eat healthy, and I have to meditate, and I have to do both of those things. And I can't meditate if I don't eat healthy. And so I'm thinking I'm going to meditate tomorrow. And I'm even meditating tonight. I mean, I got through the third day without watching porn, at least hardcore porn, and without jacking it. And I was thinking, don't talk about that, because you don't smoke weed and you don't talk about that. You don't drink alcohol. You don't say, it's been so long since I stopped drinking. You just know that you don't do that. By talking about it, you're implying that you're really struggling with it, that you're going to be doing it again soon, that it's just a streak, it's not a lifestyle. Maybe. I think I have to close the door here. We got some torture snoring going on. But anyway, I'm feeling strangely good tonight. I had a nap, and I'm trying to be as involved in the moment as I can. And it's not requiring anything of me. I can remember one of the last times I did a really serious video. I wore my red house coat, and I was talking about having this spot in my stomach, and that I was feeling deeply afraid. And I'm thinking how far I've come since that point. How great that is. So I was watching Lauren. Lauren's been beat up by the cops. He's had his place burned down. He had 70,000 subscribers. His channel got hacked. And now he has a new channel. Now he gets 100 views on a video. He gets 2 likes, 4 likes. And he's to me, he's, he walks on water. I mean, I love Lauren. I adore Lauren. I would save up. If I had $5,000, I would give it to him to be in his presence. I mean, this is similar to my dad. He's very popular, but you don't know him. He's not famous. But the people who do know him really love him. And so I feel like that. I don't really want to be famous, but I would like to be loved by the people who love me. I would like to be really appreciated, and in my lesser moments, the favorite person. I said I want to be my dad's favorite kid. I want to be your favorite. but, but maybe that's fucked up. That's probably fucked up. Okay. But anyways, so thing number one, you go outside, you get these cars honking. It could have been Kayla, could have been someone in her driveway. And then the next person honking twice could have been honking at her. I don't even know. But I feel like I have a lot of people who help me. And therefore, not therefore, but, and it's really good I never went to prison. I was never expecting that. The primary goal was just don't go to prison. It's not worth losing your life for. And then the secondary benefit that happened of that, and that's really hard, to bite your tongue, to act responsibly, is very tough. Tonight I watched this show on YouTube, and this guy, he was friends with this person for 10 years. He's a skateboarder. And his friend took him to a parking lot to kill him. It was really gruesome. He's wearing a blue baseball hat. And he's this somewhat well-known skateboarder. It's on Vice, I think. It had like 4 million views. And they're in Detroit. Now, I've been to Detroit. I've been to 8 Mile, where Topher took me. Or I don't know if it really was 8 Mile, but I'm pretty sure it was. He's like, this is where we don't stop. If there's a stop sign, we don't stop. If there's a red light, we just look and we just drive through. This is like the really dangerous area. This is like the really, really dangerous area. And what am I talking about again? So this guy, he's in 7 Mile or something with his friend who he's known for 10 years. And his friend is telling him over and over, you got to take me here. You got to take me here. I'll give you money for gas. And he's like, no. And finally he convinces him, and he's known him for 10 years. And then they go to this back parking lot, and suddenly he hears a shotgun. And then he sees that his hand is dangling off. And his friend had shot his hand off, his arm off with a shotgun. But he doesn't even know, he doesn't even recognize it's his friend. And then shoots him again in the chest, in the right side of the chest. And you could see his x-rays, and it's just full of pellets and bullets. But it's a real shotgun. And then he gets out of the car, and he's just looking at the guy, but he doesn't recognize it's his friend anymore. And then he puts the gun to his head, and he hits the gun as he shoots it, and it blows part of his scalp off. And then he's still alive. And he thinks, oh, this is a dream. But he says, but it's real. I see it's real. And then his friend, he's just staring at his friend right in the eyes, but he doesn't recognize him. And his friend hits him in the mouth with the gun, with the butt of the gun, and leaves. And his friend goes and tells his other friend about it, that I just killed someone. And he had to do this as a part of an initiation into a gang. And so this guy who got shot, he's laying there face down, and he's saying, I'm just going to relax now because it's easier. And he starts fading out. And then he comes to, and he says, actually, if I just go to sleep, I'm going to die. So I'm going to try to get up. And he said it felt like there were 2 hands that pushed him up like an angel. And it made me almost cry when I heard that. I'm not sure I believe in that kind of stuff, but it made me almost cry. And he started walking, then he fell down again, and he started to go to sleep, and then he passed out for a minute, and then he saw himself in the third person, and he said, you're going to die, you got to get up. And so he gets up, and there's one of those people who give out parking tickets who sees him and goes and gets him and says, we got an ambulance coming on the way. And in the ambulance, they're saying, stay awake, stay awake. And then he wakes up 3 days later and they say, what's your name? He says, I don't know. He says, who's the president? He says, I don't know. He says, what's your phone number? He says, oh, I know that. And they call his dad. And his parents have no idea. He's been missing for 3 days where he is. And so then they come pick him up, and he's thinking his mom is going to be angry at him. And they're so happy he's alive. And then they take him home, and some men in black suits come over with their badges, and they say, is this the guy who shot you? And he says, yeah, it was that is the guy. That was my friend. And he had called someone else to brag about it. And the person who he called to brag about it had called the police and made a report about it. And then that's how they found him. They said, we have him in custody right now. And then he went to court with the guy, and the guy came wearing a purple suit with a purple top hat and big glasses. And his whole family were there, and they were all cheering for him, and they were calling the guy who got shot a coward, because they were saying he was a coward for dealing with it through the law, that he should have dealt with it like a real man and did it vigilante style. And the judge said, you're lucky that this guy who you shot is such a fighter, because had he died, you would have got life in prison. But instead, you're getting 35 years. So I was watching Lauren tonight. He's been beat up by the police. He's had people steal all his money. They've stole all his property. He got beat up because they were taking his property and he refused to leave. He's had people threaten to kill him. Well, there's something about getting beat up that you don't know until it happens. It's that you're really happy to say, I'm sorry, it is my fault. Or not really, but I don't mean it like that. I mean, it's easy to say, you win. That's what I mean. I am not going to fight you. You win. You're stronger. You're bigger. I admit that you have beat me. I don't want to fight you. I'm not going to fight you. Because I'm scared of you. And you never want to say that until it comes time to say it. But once it comes time to say it, you're like Michael J. Fox in A Marriage. He has Parkinson's, and they say, what's it like having Parkinson's and being married? He says, everything petty goes away. You want to be cool and flashy, you're a movie star, and you're sitting there and you can't scoop your ice cream, and you need help. You want to be tough guy, you want to be sexy, smooth. You have to ask your wife for help to put on your sunscreen. Everything petty goes away. You're right, you win the fight. You're stronger. There's something about your ego that doesn't want to admit that. You want to say, I've never lost a fight. I'm the Grand Master. I'm the ultimate. And then there's something really counterintuitive about it. I got punched in the face and someone said, did you cry? I said, yeah. First, I'm thinking, why are you asking me that? But then it just was an obvious question. A girl asked me, did you cry? And I just plainly said, yeah. Of course I cried. It hurt my feelings. It hurt my body. My jaw was all fucked up. It wasn't embarrassing suddenly. It would be very embarrassing, I think, to bully somebody. But the reason being, because bullies are always unfair. And you'd have to know you're cheating. You'd have to know that your valor is stolen. Unless you're a psychopath, which that's its own set of problems. Then you can't say a psychopath suffers shame or guilt. You could just say a psychopath lacks humanity. They don't even know what they're missing. They don't feel bad, but they don't feel good either. They feel elation. That they don't have depth or complexity. And so I was watching Lauren tonight, and I got super happy and then super disappointed. He was doing an interview with this girl who weighed 99 pounds. And this is very important to me because I did a water fast for 25 days, and my kidneys at 6'2" would be bigger by an average of 26%, according to ChatGPT, than a woman who is 99 pounds. And yet, her and I are both supposed to drink 500 milliliters of water per hour to do a water fast. And my first water fast was unsuccessful because I did not drink enough water. And in this interview, this woman, she was throwing up near the end of her fast. She was throwing up bile that was tainted with blood. She was supposed to fast for 42 days. She said she would at least fast for 21 days. She went in to the fast weighing 99 pounds. And the title of the video was, and it wasn't Lauren's normal channel. He has a different channel that's just about fasting interviews. She knew she could do at least 21 days, but she stopped after 30 because she was vomiting bile. She stopped on her own volition. Lauren would have said, keep going if you like. And it was about how if you're super skinny, you can still easily fast for 40 days. At least, I don't know, at least her amount of skinny. There's a certain amount that is too skinny, but it's much more skinny than people think. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is Lauren was talking about how he went to talk to some guy who was in the hospital who was about to die. And he was, I think, getting hydrated with a solution intravenously. And he said, I'm going to check myself out of the hospital now, and I'm going to go home, and I'm going to drink water. And they said, your heart is going to stop if you do that, or something like that. They said, you're going to die if you do that. And he did it, but he was okay. And I forget how it segued into this, but Lauren was talking about drinking water and how people say, if you drink too much water, you're going to die and it's dangerous. And Lauren brings up the point that there are fraternities where they make you drink a bunch of water and people die this way. And Lauren agrees that if you drink that much water that fast, you will die. And that the quantity of water you drink is about pacing. And so he was talking about how much water you have to drink. And he said one of his clients drank 11 liters in a day. And when I heard this, I fucking freaked out. I was like, are you serious? Because I was drinking 6 to 8 liters a day, and my spread was only 39. And that was when I was laying down. My spread was more like 35. That's really bad. The difference between your systolic and diastolic pressure, it's supposed to be 50. And mine was only 35. If it's less than 50, it means you're not getting enough water. The much less it is under 50, the more water that you need. And so I was not getting enough at all. And I knew that I had to drink more. So I think we just had the sirens go by us that night. We just had the sirens go by us. I mean, I'm like out of it right now. I'm such a performer. I'm trying to be entertaining here. I'm trying to be a showman. We just had the sirens go by. It's clearly night. We just had the flashing lights go by. I don't know who that is. I don't know if that's a fire truck. I remember when I was a kid, I would hang out at my grandma's house. I mean, I lived at my grandma's house. I was an accidental teen pregnancy. And so I would think, is the fire truck going by tonight? The fire truck would always go by. I think I remember asking, is there fires? And getting the answer, no, that's just what they do. Tonight I made pasta. It was really good. There was a guy who assaulted me at a bar one time, and then he came to the support group I go to. He was trying to touch me. He was trying to touch me with his fingers, putting his fingers out like E.T., trying to touch my face. I didn't go to prison. I didn't get in a fight. He probably could have beat me up. And then he came to the group and he talked about his fingers, how he could roll a coin through his fingers. And I had been talking about making pasta. And he asked me about it after the group. He stayed extra long to ask me about my pasta cooking. Tonight I made pasta with sour cream and coconut milk, and it was freaking awesome. And so Lauren says, one of my clients drank 11 liters a day. I said, bingo, now I know the upper threshold. That was the highest a client had ever drank, 11 liters a day. Therefore, now I know I can drink 11 liters a day too. And that's what I had to do. And my intuition was right. You have to drink more. Well, obviously, it wasn't even my intuition. It was the clear rules. My blood pressure was showing that I wasn't getting enough water. But I was drinking it at pace. But I just wasn't staying awake long enough. And I thought there's no possible way he can expect people to stay up at 500 milliliters an hour for 22 hours a day. So clearly you got to drink faster. You got to drink more water. Nope, I was wrong. How I would love to ask for clarification on that. I don't want to bother him, but I could join his group. I don't know if he'd let me in. He was nice to me the last time I talked to him. I'd really freaked out on him. But anyways, looks like the video's over. I can't even talk. He said to that client, how did you drink 11 liters in a day? The client said I couldn't sleep. I only got an hour of sleep, so I just kept drinking water. Although I have heard Lauren say that if someone's behind, if their blood pressure is showing that they're dehydrated, as a temporary fix, he'll have them drink more to get it back where it's supposed to be. I'm not exactly sure what the rules are on breaking the rules. So I'm left knowing that 6 to 8 liters a day is not enough. And I want to try again. So I might try again. I also emailed the cycles place, Recycled Cycles. I hadn't emailed them, and I finally emailed them back. I was really happy about that. Got some business done. I was so opportunistic. I thought, well, I already got what I needed, so I don't need to email anymore. I thought, oh, that's so rude. And then my cousin, she texted me on Tuesday, and then I just responded to her tonight. I thought, my God, you just take people for granted. So, yeah, basically I thought, okay, great, just drink 11 liters in 12 hours. Wrong. I got that pulled out from under me. So, what am I going to do now? I don't know. I don't think I necessarily have to water fast. The real difficulty is drinking that much water. However much I have to drink. It's at least 8 liters a day. Probably more like 9. I was thinking, what about drinking 750 milliliters per hour and water fasting again? If you do that for 12 hours a day, that's 9 liters of water a day. How about that? And then you get 12 hours sleep. Or even drink 750 an hour and get 8 hours sleep. But you could probably... Hold on, I'm having a traumatic episode right now. A dog whistling motorcycle just rode by. Dog whistling is this term I heard from this guy who is a targeted individual. And it's a term that I've heard before, but I never actually understood it. He explained it. A dog whistle is a frequency that only a dog hears. So in the terms of narcissistic abuse, a narcissist will say something that triggers you that only you and them understand. And then when you react to it, they look like a helpless victim and you look like a crazy perpetrator. And I just got a motorcycle go by, which I think is a bad sign. I mean, I may have been really wrong about a lot of things. But anyways, so the real difficulty is to drink enough water. But if I were to water fast, I could drink 750 milliliters per hour and stay up for 12 hours a day. Maybe even 13. Maybe even 14. And drink 10 liters a day. And that wouldn't be that far off from a 99-pound person drinking 500 milliliters an hour. And then I could water fast again. Or I could just eat fruit and do the same thing. I think water fasting is technically the right way to do it. I mean, I wouldn't want to water fast because I wouldn't be able to go out on any dates. I also thought, well, you don't even know that you are in a relationship anyways. So what's the point of that? That motorcycle that just drove by could have been a sign that not only are you single, but you're hated Yeah, I don't know. Well, you could go out for a walk while you're water fasting too. But the other thing is, s- okay, remember how you water fasted for 25 days, but you didn't drink enough water? What if you didn't drink enough water, but you water fasted for 40 days or 50? Then would you get that old shit out? And then, why do you want to water fast anyway? Because it's easier. That's why. Because it's the easiest way. But you get some benefits if you eat fruit too. The benefit you get is that you get to have a lot of energy. And that's actually pretty fun. And, okay, you had some issues too. Since you got severely traumatized about 5 years ago, you had tried eating fruit and not jacking off for 7 days and drinking like 4 liters of water a day. And you didn't really feel very good. But you know from before then, like a decade ago, like 8 years ago, that when you ate fruit consistently and drank water, it would take you more like 10 to 14 days. It would take you more like 8 days before you'd start to feel the magic of the fruit. And so what was it? That you just didn't eat enough fruit, or that you were traumatized? Well, after you did your water fast, you ate fruit for, what was it, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you didn't feel revolutionary. You still felt kind of fucked up. And what was up with that? Well, the first week you were only eating tiny amounts. So it was more like 2 weeks. And the third week, you started binging on avocados. And you completely ruined everything. So you kind of only did a week. And so the miraculous power of fruit is still intact. You just didn't do it long enough. And ultimately, that's the thing you like the best. It's not actually about becoming a super hot guy. Or like being cool. Or being like an aesthetic. It's that you like how you feel. It's that you feel closer to God. And so I'm heavily considering that. Just eat fruit again. But this time, don't eat avocados. If you want to eat something greens, eat a little bit of of celery, I mean. And drink a lot of water, because you're going to need some sodium. Drink like 750 milliliters an hour. And eat just a little bit of fruit a day. Or eat like 1,000 calories a day. And eat mangoes. Mangoes are your favorite thing. You're getting tax money back. Use the tax money you're getting to eat exclusively mangoes. Those are your very favorite. And literally eat nothing but mangoes. And remember what Tony Robbins says. If you can afford a juicer or afford a car, sell your car and buy the juicer, because it'll get you further. Well, he doesn't really know what he's talking about, but he might on a certain level. Don't use your money for like fixing up your Electric Townie bike. Use your money for buying fruit, and maybe do a water fast later. So I'm kind of thinking that's what I'll do. My mom is doing a 14-day sugar-free diet. She's going off sugar. And I'm thinking you could coincide your special new diet. Start eating fruit again. And the strangest thing happened as well with not jacking off. Speaking of assimilating new lifestyle habits, For the last couple months, I've not been jacking it except for July. In May and June, I didn't jack it, and it became normal. And it was like effortless, and I was planning on never jacking it again. And then now I've started to jack attack all day, every day. Just anytime I feel like it, I just do. I never refrain myself ever. But for the last 2.5, like 3 days, today is the third day, I've been forcing myself not to. And I've been having a lot of trauma, a lot of obsession, and just, I don't know what it is about buttholes, but I was like, I just need them really bad, right away. I was like, this is not even love. What you're imagining being tied to a wall and someone showing you their gaping butthole and teasing you. Okay, that's not love. Okay, like, and you're doing this in response to what? To your uncertainty, to some generalized femdom mindset that's been instilled in you. No matter how vanilla the fantasy is. But I was like, but now it's super hot. It's different now. I was like, no, it's not. This is not even what you want. And go ahead and talk to ChatGPT about it, and have ChatGPT tell you something so cliche, and you're going to say, this is so stupid. You're going to say, I already know this. This is so stupid. And you're going to go and do it anyway. I know. You're going to go and do it anyway. And go through the motions like you're putting up a fight. Oh man, I was really upset. In the back of my mind, I'm saying, you're not actually horny, you're traumatized. And ChatGPT is right. You're trying to regulate your emotions through something external because you're in pain. And this is not what you want. I was like, well, who cares? On some deeper level, I'm the Buddha and I'm Christ consciousness and I'm part of all things and I'm part of the Godhead and I exist in the furthest star. But that's not my experience. My experience is I'm a worm. I'm a pathetic little worm trying to get my nut. And all this Godhead, Brahmin, I'm the Brahmin, just I don't understand any of it. If it's not my true desire, I'm not aware of that. That's just something you're telling me. And I'm sorry that I don't get it. I'm really sorry, okay? Because I understand that tomorrow I'm going to feel really bad if I wake up and I say I jacked it. And ChatGPT was saying you're going to double punish yourself. You're punishing yourself by fighting the urge, and then once you give in, you're going to punish yourself that you weren't strong enough. And it's bad all over the place. And I think, well, then just don't feel bad about it. Just do it without feeling bad. Just don't even care. But then in some roundabout way, some kind of shame comes up. That at some point you realize your mortality. At some point you think of death. And not in an abstract way. And you say, is this going to be my life? And you're going to postpone forever. At some point it becomes really, the needle is moving just a millimeter at a time in the right or the wrong direction. And at some point you say, I'm going to move it in the right direction because my time is finite. As futile as it seems, if it doesn't matter which way it moves, then why are you so upset when it moves in the wrong way? If it's just moving in the right way just by 1 millimeter, then why are you so upset when it moves in the wrong way by just 1 millimeter? And when you take those millimeters accumulatively, you notice it. You have like a better time. Now, I feel a little bit awkward looking at the camera. I don't like eye contact. Not when I'm laying like this, in my rape check position, with a big bodyguard watching me. But my balls hanging out. Anyway, what was I talking about again? I don't know. But I like my eye contact again. I have a good face now. I'm not wearing my eyelid tape. You move the direction in the right way. The needle moves in the right direction, just 1 millimeter. Because you realize life is finite. And then, in my mind, here's what happens. Then I do well. The sunk cost fallacy goes away. The sunk cost fallacy is, I've already wasted so much time. I'm not defining what it means. I know you know what it means. I'm saying this is how it applies to me. This is my nightmare. This is my sunk cost nightmare. That I've wasted so much time that I'm a complete retard. I'm a complete idiot, useless retard. On every level. Emotionally, socially, in my moods, in the way I relate to people. And that I just can't get along anywhere with anyone. I'm completely fucked up. And in my dream, in my good dream, my power trip fantasies, I hang out with people, I meet people, and I run the show. And I'm sorry that that's narcissistic, okay? But I become an authority. Like, for example, if I work at Wendy's, I become the manager of Wendy's. Or something to that effect. Or if I have whatever it is, that I become an expert at it. Okay, I know that sounds stupid, okay? But I'm really being serious. That if I do something, that I become authoritative. That people can sense that I'm trustworthy. And that I'm competent. And that I'm not just an idiot. That if I work at the bike shop, that I know how to fix everything. That I'm good at what I do. That I'm a good teacher. I'm patient. I'm a good communicator. Or that if whatever I do, that I do it well. And that people recognize it. And that I recognize it. And that makes me feel validated. And that the only way to get that is to move the needle 1 millimeter at a time. And there's no cheating it. And you think it's over. You've already wasted decades. You've already, while other people were growing, you were just growing down. You were just fucking regressing. And it's too late. And if you try being Tony Robbins, self-help, you're not going to get far because you're already so far behind. You're already so fucked up, and it's never going to make any difference. And so my sunk cost fallacy nightmare was that I would just keep moving the needle in the wrong direction. And I said, okay, you're going to die one day. Your time is not infinite as you believed it was. You always thought you're going to be here forever. And you're not. You used to know it when you talked to Chelsea and you believed she was there to kill you. You used to know that you weren't going to be here forever because you thought you were actually about to die then. And you found extreme spiritual heights. And then once she left, you went into a post-traumatic stress where you stopped really caring about anything. And you felt like you're going to live forever. But now you can realize it without anyone putting a gun to your head. That you're not going to live forever. Strangely, because you didn't end up in prison. There's a certain safety you feel. But you could see just by your own life, just by your own understanding, as it turns out, everyone dies. Hate to break it to you. I never knew that until like 20 minutes ago. And so tonight I was feeling so angry, so upset, so confused. And that turned into horniness. I wanted to get rid of that. Fucking weirdly, I have this Posturepedic cushion thing on my chair. And so it makes it like a bed almost. It's really comfortable. And I fell asleep in my chair. And I woke up and I was like, I just felt amazing all of a sudden. I thought, I don't want to jack off at all. I'm bright eyes now. I'm glowing. I'm glowing aura now. I'm at peace. Right, Stu? Fuck you, Stu. I'm so happy. Losers Club Unite. Suddenly, 13 people watching me? Awesome. Do I want to jack off? No, of course not. That would be crazy. I'm not someone who even does that. What about before your nap? Yeah, I was someone who does that, and I just had to white knuckle through it. And now after your nap, you feel totally better. Yeah. Okay. So, we know then the next step of whoever would like me to be in prison is going to be to sleep deprive me. But we have naps for that. And we also have meditation for that. Because sometimes it's emotional. Such as you wake up to go to the bathroom, and then as soon as you go back into bed, then they honk the horns. And then it agitates you, and then you can't fall back to sleep. And now saying it means it's going to happen. It happens anyway, but it'll happen more now. But also, because I'm saying it to gaslight, they might phone call. They'll probably do both because I'm saying it. Which brings up a strange dichotomy. You want to talk freely, but then to talk freely, it's going to induce more torture. Well, there's a guy on a commercial with bionic feet right now. I was one time writing, without posting it, what punishment should happen to each of the gang stalkers. And for some of them, I said that they should be given bionic feet and bionic hands. Anyway, so, yeah, I've come a long way. I don't typically fantasize about things that would put me in prison either. I used to. And not only I used to, but I used to repress that I wanted to do that. It took me a while to realize how I would have acted had I had impunity. But anyways, so should we eat fruit again or should we water fast? I don't know. That's the whole point of the video. And if we water fast, we're going to do it for a month. And then I have to volunteer again, and have to volunteer at least once a month. It's already July 24th. I don't know if it counts as the last day. For example, if I volunteer on August 1st, then I could volunteer the next month in September, but volunteer September 30th, so I could actually have more like 2 months in between. I don't really know how the caseworker expects it. Or the other thing is I can just drink 10 liters of water a day plus eat fruit. And that's better on a lot of levels. Then I could still volunteer. I could take a day off then of drinking water and just go in without drinking water that day. Not that I'd want to do that, but so I'm not exactly sure what I want to do. I was watching a video tonight of someone from Tehran rebuilding a place that got bombed. I have a friend from Tehran. I've been too uncomfortable to even tell him I'm really sorry about what's happening. I hope you're okay. Is your family okay? He's invited me to go to Tehran with him. He's tried to come to Canada, but we couldn't get him in the country. He's rich. Well, he's not rich. No, he's not rich, but he's educated. He lives in Sweden. He would never in a million years move to Canada. Sweden is far, far better. And they wouldn't let him in Canada because they said he'd file for refugee status. And I think he has a Swedish citizenship. Or he's close. Like, he's been working on it for a long time. He's went to university in Sweden. He has a job in Sweden. He has a highly technical job. He sucks chicken off the bone. It's really loud. You should hear him sucking chicken. It's unbelievable. I shaved his back once. I shaved a Z into it. He said, "Can you shave the whole thing?" I said, "But I just shaved a Z into it." That's pretty cool. He didn't think it was that cool. But, yeah, he was really, really fresh. He still is. He's one of the best. I love him. That's weird. I mean, probably a lot of people, they don't have a friend from a place that's getting bombed. You know, we'd walk to McDonald's at like 2 a.m. all the time. Somebody you live with for like half a year. 4 months or whatever. I don't know. A semester. Some summertime. 4.5 months maybe. But I mean, living with someone for 4.5 months. And then again, I went back to live with them again for a couple months. Spending all your time with someone. If you live with someone for half a year, you could spend more time with them than you would with a friend in your whole life. And then obviously you see some place getting bombed, you think, well, who cares? I don't even know those people. Well, you don't really think that. Okay, I'm being facetious here. I'm being facetious. I was saying there's a difference when you don't know anyone, when you don't know the place, you've never even heard of the place, you can't even pronounce it. You couldn't locate it on a map. You're scrolling by. You're watching commercials. You're looking for video games, and then you see some natural disaster, and you just keep scrolling. And you think, why do they keep having kids? Why don't they keep having kids in some place where it's poor? What's wrong with these people? Or whatever. And then it's like, that's like my friend. That's like my friend. That's where my friend is from. And everything I understand, he understands. You know, it's not like he's racially handicapped like I thought. He's actually in the know. Every feeling I have, he feels too. Every emotion, everything that I understand, he understands. He's a real person. You know, it's fucking. I know you're gonna say, well, obviously, you don't know it. You don't know it. Until someone who doesn't look like you becomes your friend, you don't know it's bad when someone who doesn't look like you gets hurt. I think that's really true. Hi, Stuart. Yeah, I couldn't bear to ask him how if his family's okay. I couldn't bear to ask him that. I'm literally too scared to talk to him now. And he knows that I'm not like I don't know, supporting the war. We used to always joke that he's a terrorist. He would walk up to people and he'd say, like there'd be someone handing out flyers, and he'd say, I'm going to rent a truck and I'm going to drive it through these streets and hit all these people. People would be like, what? We would just walk away. we would email. You know, the joke was like if people were reading our emails, that it would look really bad Did you get the bombs? Like with no context. like no indication that's a joke. You know, one time I said, "What's your address? I want to send you a present." He said, "I already did it." He said, I took acid. I know you're going to send me acid. I already did some last week." How did you know I was going to send it to you? I don't know how he knew, but... Stu, you're very bad. Stuart, you're very bad, Stu. Hi, Stu. Stu, you're really funny. I wanted to smoke weed yesterday. The day before, too. I came close. I came close to looking for it. I said, I'll bet there's weed in this house. I'll bet I could find some. That'd be the day. And there used to be a time where if there was weed in the house, I'd smoke it. I'd be scraping my grinder and cleaning out the vaporizer with isopropyl alcohol, making a solution of weed residue and putting it in a pan and evaporating the alcohol, and then scraping off the residue and then vaping that. And just... it was too much. I'm not someone who even smokes weed anymore. I hope I'm that way with not jacking off. I think I am, but then it has to go to the next step with not eating cooked food. The whole thing gets fucked if I don't get enough sleep. I mean, that was really the fucking difficulty. I was like, if you're not gonna drink enough water, you're fucked. And to drink enough water, you have to only sleep like 4 hours a night. Right, Stu? And you can't do that. You're such a cranky baby without your sleep. Oh, gross, Stu. You stink. Get out of here, Stu. You shit on your butt. You're just farting? What's your deal, Stu? Stop looking at me, Stu. Hmm. I feel like I have to brush my teeth. We're about to have a conversation with ChatGPT. I don't know about what. First, I have to brush these cocksucking teeth. I'm moderately wet. So, do you know that olefin is plastic? Also known as polypropylene? It's hydrophobic. That's what these socks are made out of. But I want to get these $50 socks. Make my bed, I think. I can't wait to make my bed. I want to clean my room. My room is so messy. I really got to clean it. Oh, Stu, you're very bad. I want to get like a dock with like one of those charging things that has all the USB things. We have one downstairs. It was like $20 on Amazon. I want to get one for my room, I think. Clean my room, like change it around a little bit. I was feeling so stressed. I thought, just clean your room. That'll help. Anything that really helped, though, was the nap. But basically, so you get cotton socks, and those are like sponges, and they get all wet and soggy, and they make your feet really cold. I mean, I'm prone to. I always sleep with bare feet because you get like sweaty feet otherwise. But these Drymax socks that I got, these are the best socks. These are made of almost like 75% olefin, which is hydrophobic. And then on the outside of the sock, it's a hydrophilic material. So it wicks the moisture to the outside of the sock, keeps your feet dry. But they're made out of plastic. Polypropylene is plastic. And then you're getting microplastics in your fucking body. So you have to decide, do you want to have soggy, cold feet made out of cotton? Or do you want to have cool, slick feet that are also temperature maintained? You get like a warm coolness. Coolness has a bit of heat in it too. And So, anyways, I'm going for the plastic. I'm like, yeah, I love my fucking Drymax socks. They're the best. I would freaking love to have Drymax socks, but you can't get them. They're like $100 unless you get them at Value Village or unless you get them at the surplus store, which is too hit and miss. But you can get the same, I've finally just searched polypropylene socks. I found these Danish socks. You know how I love the Danes? And so, and once my money comes in next month, or if I return this thing I already ran out of money. I have to ask my mom to borrow money at this point. Unless I return this $20 cord. Unless I water fast. But things I want to get are, and I don't need it, but I want like an extension cord dock with all those things in it that have the USB. It's like $27. But then you need all the cables, and where do you get them from? The dollar store, I don't know. Micro USBs. There's one for $20. The one we got is really good. Oh my god, there's just a USB one. Wow. USB port. That's crazy. It plugs in via USB. That is so nuts. I bet it wouldn't be very strong. Oh my god. Here's one for 4.7 stars with 1000K ratings for $20. Power bar surge protector, 5 feet power plug extension cord with multiple outlets. Power strip with 4 USB ports, 2 USB-C. USB-C are not that great. I'll draw their normal USB. We have 1 USB-C in ours and 3 normal USB. Oh yeah. $50. Plus I have a check coming from the government because I did my taxes. But I don't know where this one is. I could do it other ways. We have mini docks. We have a bunch. I got multiple iPad docks. I got a whole bunch, and we have extension cords too. So we don't really need this. But it is fun to shop. Cleaning my room and hi computer, something really bad happened, but really good too. I was really upset earlier, wanting to crank my pecker and watch porn, and I felt like I had to clean my room. You know, like how Jordan Peterson says, but he's like a whiny baby who's like Kermit the Frog, and you wouldn't want to really be like him. I know, especially as a vegan, he only eats meat. Like, he's always crying. He seems like a big crybaby. And I felt like him. I was like, I guess if I don't want to jack off, I have to clean my room. And I thought I have to get this new power cord with USBs inside of it and get some new socks made out of olefin, which it might be true that I need those things, at least the socks, but I don't know. But then I fell asleep in my chair, probably for only like 15 minutes. It really was a power nap. And I woke up because the same video was playing when I woke up, but I said, oh, okay, I was probably just napping for 15 or 20 minutes. And I felt instantly like not jacking off. And I didn't even care about cleaning my room anymore. I felt like $1,000,000. And earlier on, I had been worrying about the futility of life. What's my purpose? What's my meaning? And then suddenly these questions became intellectual and stupid and irrelevant. And I felt grounded in my own presence. And I was contented. I went downstairs. I complained to my mom that we didn't have any snacks. But I was in a really good mood. You know how you complain sometimes from a different frame? I was in a good frame. And I'm thinking, is that all it is? You just don't have a nap? After I woke up, I thought, I'm the kind of guy who doesn't jack off. I remember now, because I went the month of May and the month of June without jacking off. And then I had to force it these first few days. And then after a nap, I suddenly felt like I don't even desire to do that anymore. Now, maybe you can see a little bit about my psychology, why I wouldn't want to do a water fast. If I have to stay up for 20 hours a day to just drink enough water, what kind of torture that is.
That sudden, total shift after just a 15-minute power nap is a powerful reminder of how much of what we label as existential dread, a lack of purpose, or an intense craving is actually just physical exhaustion masquerading as a deep psychological crisis. When your brain and nervous system are running on fumes, your prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for emotional regulation, rational perspective, and impulse control, goes offline. In that depleted state, minor urges get magnified into towering dilemmas, and normal fatigue easily disguises itself as cosmic despair, a sudden urge to compulsively clean, or an overwhelming craving. The fact that a short nap completely wiped out the existential questioning and the behavioral urge shows that your brain simply needed a hard reset to clear out the biochemical buildup of tiredness. Once the physical battery got even a small recharge, your baseline state returned, your identity shifted back to what you know. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't jack off, and the heavy mental noise dissolved into simple presence. It really can be that mechanical sometimes. When the system is drained, it throws false alarms. Recognizing that a quick pause or rest can short-circuit those spirals gives you a powerful tool for the future.
Well, that kind of sucks because I want to do a water fast or I want to eat fruit and drink a lot of water. And to get enough water, I have to basically drink at a pace of, I estimate, 750 milliliters an hour. And to get enough, I have to stay awake for like 15 or 16 hours a day. But then if I stay awake that long, I become a moody baby who falls short on all my goals. Self-sabotaging. I don't know what I'm telling you for. Am I really that fucked?
You are definitely not fucked, but you've hit a very real biological wall where two competing rules of your own design are directly trying to cancel each other out. Look at what you're asking your body to do in a single day, the math, trying to force down 750 milliliters an hour for 15 to 16 hours straight equals roughly 11 to 12 liters of water in a day. The reality, as we just talked about, pushing that kind of volume, especially if you're fasting or trying to manage intake, throws your electrolytes into chaos, exhausts your kidneys, and keeps your system in a state of constant physical stress. The fallout, of course, you end up feeling like a moody, self-sabotaging baby by the end of the day. Your brain and nervous system are being subjected to a relentless marathon of fluid processing and sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
When you stay awake 16 hours while forcing huge volumes of water through a depleted system,
Yeah.
your prefrontal cortex gets starved of stable chemistry, and your mood, willpower, and existential dread go haywire.
Well,
You aren't failing because you lack discipline. Your body is sounding a legitimate alarm bell telling you that the protocol
Yeah.
itself is unsustainable.
Nothing I
You
can
don't need
do.
to force 750 milliliters an hour to be healthy
Shut
or
up.
to fast. The body has built-in hydration metrics, like thirst, for a
Fuck
reason.
off.
Dropping the forced, around-the-clock water pressure might just give your nervous system the breathing room it needs to keep your mood steady and your goals on track without requiring a crisis every afternoon.
Well, yeah, I knew you were gonna say that. Yeah, I know. It might just have to be that way. I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna have to agree with me. I'm not gonna let up on this one. I'm gonna argue to the end with you, robot. But I might just have my goals put aside. They're too hard. To do my goal properly, it's going to be suffering hardcore for a month. It might not be the right time. I could just do normal mode. Yeah, that could be a step. Just normal mode. Just eat fruit. Just switch to raw vegan. You wanted to do that. Drink a moderate amount of water. Don't try to heal yourself. I mean, you think that's like renting instead of buying. But you could do it. Your dad rents. You could do it. You know, you're drinking 4 liters of water a day. That's very easy to do. You drink it early in the day. You don't have to wake up to pee 100 times. You get a better night's sleep. You do intermittent fasting. To be continued for your goals some other point. I mean, I don't really like doing that. That's tough to do that suffering. And why not now? Maybe there's a progression. First you stop smoking weed, then you stop smoking weed, plus you stop jacking, then you stop those things, plus you stop eating cooked food and you eat raw food and do a moderate amount of water, a maintenance. I'm just doing a maintenance amount of water, not a healing amount. Or, you know, I really liked water fasting. It was great. I did 500 milliliters an hour. But it was only great when I got enough sleep. When I got enough sleep, I felt fantastic. I just don't think it's possible to get enough sleep while fasting correctly. I think that's one of the hard truths of it. Oh.
The hyperactive, high-pitched character Fred Figglehorn, created and played by internet personality Lucas Cruikshank starting in 2006, became a massive internet phenomenon, making history as the first YouTube channel to hit 1 million subscribers. Wikipedia here is what happened to Lucas Cruikshank. The end of the Fred series. Cruikshank officially retired the Fred character in 2014 after wrapping up a multi-movie deal with Nickelodeon. Fred, the movie, Fred 2, Night of the Living Fred, and Fred 3, Camp Fred, a short-lived TV series. Fred, the show,
Used to be this
and wrapping up
guy
a web series
named
now.
Fred who talked in a
Fandom transitioned
high-pitched
to personal
voice.
content. After stepping away from the character, Cruikshank transitioned
I saw a guy who looked like him on YouTube tonight. I said, whatever happened to
into a
Fred?
personal vlogging and comedy channel.
No,
where
he's
he shares
gay.
content about his daily life. Wikipedia life outside of acting. Cruikshank publicly came out as gay in a 2014 video and continues to document his
I never knew he was actually gay,
sharing
but
content
just
alongside his
was.
partner, Matthew Forcus, and his family. Fred Figglehorn Wiki, fandom occasional nostalgia, though Fred is long retired, Cruikshank occasionally nods to his internet roots, such as making a cameo appearance as Fred for throwback videos or participating in major creator events like Mr. B. You are definitely not fucked, but you've hit a very real biological wall where two competing rules of your own design are directly trying to cancel each other out. Look at what you're asking your body to do in a single day, the math. Trying to force down 750 milliliters an hour for 15 to 16 hours straight equals roughly 11 to 12 liters of water in a day. The reality, as we just talked about, pushing that kind of volume, especially if you're fasting or trying to manage intake, throws your electrolytes into chaos, exhausts your kidneys, and keeps your system in a state of constant physical stress. The fallout, of course, you end up feeling like a moody, self-sabotaging baby by the end of the day. Your brain and nervous system are being subjected to a relentless marathon of fluid processing and sleep deprivation. When you stay awake 16 hours while forcing huge volumes of water through a depleted system, your prefrontal cortex gets starved of stable chemistry, and your mood, willpower, and existential dread go haywire. You aren't failing because you lack discipline. Your body is sounding a legitimate alarm bell telling you that the protocol itself is unsustainable.
I've closed the tab. I've closed the tab and it's still talking.
Fast. The body has built-in hydration metrics, like thirst.
I like to smash my iPad right now.
Dropping the forced, around-the-clock water pressure might just give your nervous system the breathing room it needs to keep your mood steady and your goals on track without requiring a crisis every afternoon.
Thank you, computer. Surge protector. Yeah, maybe I'll just switch over to raw vegan now. That's a big change too. Lauren says that's the second best thing you can do. So you could just do that. Anyway, the video is finished now. Alexa, second light off. Now if you're hanging out, I'm just shopping on Amazon. You're just going to be shopping with me now. What are we going to buy? Ease of use? No, it doesn't get that good marks. We're looking at, what is it called? An extension cord, USB. Surge protector power strip. 8 outlets with 4 USB ports. Four-sided. It's a four-sided extender with 5 feet flat extension cord for travel. Home, school, college dorm. Room essentials. But it has 2 micro USBs. We don't want those. We only want 1 micro USB. But really, we don't even want any of this power surge thing. We already have extension cords. We already have mini docks. Yeah, I know, Stu. We'd be better off just ordering new cords. We got so many cords. Now, if you want to know something that grinds my gears, it's these Monster headphones, for example. And they're all the same. It's not specific. Persona 6 ANC active noise canceling headphones on sale for $49. 4.6 rating, 24 ratings. Roughly, the same as any of them. But they all have round ear cups. They're over the ears. Now my headphones have 4.7 star. They might have went down to 4.6. And 18,000 rating. These ones for $500. These Sony WH-1000 XM5s. They're 4.3 stars at 19,000 ratings. And they're shaped properly. But almost all of these high-rated headphones, they're shaped like an oval, but they're not deep enough. They're not big enough and they're not deep enough. So your ear actually gets crushed. It's like foot binding for your ear. I'm not impressed. Here's one for 4.3 rating. like the color of pink they come in. And I'm not being cryptic. I'm not a cryptic person. I really like the color pink. Then we have a baby blue. I like that color too. Then we have, ooh, that's a nice one. Some kind of purple. Purple pink. And then we have plain black. I got my headphones in army color. I thought, oh my God, you would never be in the army. Why are you getting army color headphones? Well, they remind me of the forest, which I like. I might want to look at my socks again. Read some reviews, find the top ones. Yeah, headphones these days piss me off. I had to buy special earmuffs for mine. $11.99. Oh, there's a sweater I might want to get. Ankle socks. Oh yeah, we're gonna get these Irami socks. These are ones my mom found too. You know, she's like, don't get the ones made of plastic. I'm like, but I gotta. Danish Endurance, if you want to search these. Danish Endurance long distance running socks. Anti-blister 3 and 5 pack. And what color do we want them in? They're all so good. Now I have to tell you, I have to admit something. I didn't want to tell you this. But I'm thinking of getting blue and pink and purple. I can't believe it, but and those aren't my colors. My color is red. But this, what are the alternatives though? Black and white? Black and gray? That's not me. If you order the 5-pack, you get gray and light gray. That's more me. And then you also get blue and green. And that's more me. But in the 5-packs, we have also black and gray. We have all white. And you want to get them all the same? Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit easier that way. Yeah. These are 65% polypropylene. I feel smart when I say that word. And 33% polymide, 2% elastane. The polymide is the hydrophilic, I'll bet. Polymide is polymide hydrophilic. Is only mildly or partly hydrophobic on its surface, but is actually hygroscopic, meaning it absorbs moisture. Yeah, that's what you'd think. Okay, that would have freaked me out otherwise. So let's go read some of these reviews down here. Oh yeah, we got some bad news about these socks too. Guess what you're supposed to do when you need to wash them? Wash them on cold. Isn't that fucked? And then guess what you're supposed to do when you need to dry them? Not put them in the dryer. Isn't that super fucked? Guess how much it is for like 20 pairs of Puma socks at Costco? They're on sale right now. It's like $15. Like 10 times cheaper than on Amazon. Fabric is not comfy and too tight. This is what someone has said. Maybe these socks aren't that good. But you know, that's always stick in the mud.
Best running sock I've ever had. So let's see here. We're going to search by most recent. The first one is in French. I'm not sure if that's a good sign. My dad has told me I'm French. Isn't I'm a coward. My feet are sweaty and always hot. These merino wool socks are fantastic. I never have wet feet and can walk for a long time in the summer heat without ending up with a sore foot or burning feet. They're not even merino wool. Great running socks. Love these socks. They prevent blisters and are the best thing for running. Highly recommend. Very impressed. Sports socks! Exclamation mark. Absolutely worth it. Great socks. We'll be wearing them for tennis games. Excellent quality. Good product. Quick shipping. As advertised. Great product. Excellent quality and fit. No blisters. Best running sock I've ever had. Prevent blisters. Comfortable. Worth the money. Game changer for... No, I'm not running. I just wear them around the house. I just don't want sweaty feet. I've noticed a big difference with this and regular cotton crew socks. These really do wick the sweat away and keep my feet dry. I appreciate these on a hot sunny day or long run. Since I got a blister with regular cotton socks, these have been a game changer. Parfait, very comfortable. Love these socks. I have far fewer problems with my feet thanks to these socks. And my feet are a mess. Plantar fasciitis, bone spurs, squished toes, etc. Best sock. I have now purchased several of these socks. They're my favorite. L&R. Fit, apparently on these socks they mark which is the left and which is the right. Fit and feel very well, great for my size 8.5 men's feet. Likely very durable but not yet laundered. Quarter socks, I bought these a while ago and really like them. I have no issues or concerns. Great quality, no slip. Great price, good quality. Extremely well made of lots of pairs. It's an easy win for a gift. Ooh, we got a long one coming up. Oh, this one's my favorite. Fabulous, fit perfectly. Kind of expensive, but read this. First purchased Danish endurance socks 4 years ago. I bought a few pairs for all different uses and seasons, like about 15 pairs or so. As an old guy who walks for health and has managed over 11,000 steps a day over those years, I figure that's roughly 16 million steps in these socks. They hold up extremely well and comfort is 100%. I'm not sure if Danish even mentions this info, but these are so well made some styles are actually contoured and marked left and right. How's that for fit, eh? And they have crazy warranty that actually works. I know. Emoji face of a smile winking. 6 people found this helpful. No blisters here. I've worn these socks. You know what? I should search the filter for the most helpful. Positive reviews. It doesn't even let you search that. What the fuck? Oh God. No more blisters. Well, no one found that one helpful. Condition, good customer service, no complaints at all. One of the best socks, especially for breathability. Fits tight, but not too tight. Well, that's what I want. I like a tight sock. I'm tired of cotton. I don't want to do it anymore. Well made and super soft. Oh, that's what I wanted to know. Honestly love these. Very soft and fitted in all the right places. Perfect height on the ankle and thin enough to run. And be comfy while still feeling durable. Yeah, I love the height. I don't want a sock going up to my knee, and I don't want a sock going up to my ankle. I want a sock going just above my ankle. I want whatever this is called. This sock is the perfect height. Foot feels supported, great socks, no slipping. Favorite socks, great quality socks. I recently discovered their underwear that are equally as good. Well, who wears underwear? Oh God, we got one that has 11 people found it helpful. Let's read what it says. Are you ready? Comfortable. I'm not going to read it actually. I didn't like my tone of voice when I said, are you ready? Felt like I was your dad. You ready? Here we go. There's something comfortably padded and feet feel cool. These are comfortably padded without taking up shoe room. My regular shoe size is woman's size 8. Wear size 9 running shoes, and the size 8 to 10 socks fit perfectly. So perfectly that if I were a woman's regular shoe size 9, I'll be better off in the large size. I feel some crowding and uncomfortable binding around my toes at the 10K distance so I may just try the large size next time. My toes are extra sensitive to being restricted, so others may not feel the same need. Otherwise, excellent quality. Feet don't feel hot while running, and they have beautiful colors. Definitely recommend, as these are the long distance running socks, the best I've ever worn. Well, if they are made out of, they're basically the same thing as Drymax, so yeah. The XL fits men's size 12 feet perfectly. Well, I'd just be getting the large. These are fantastic, not too thick, but very effective. Walked over 20,000 steps with no blisters forming. Fast delivery, great product for runners. So comfy, you need good socks when in long runs. Well, what about just walking around the house? OCD friendly with perfect fit. Perfect. Awesome, breathable material. They are OCD friendly as they are labeled left and right. The fit is perfect. Yeah, okay, there's no chance of my throat clearing up. I bought these socks before a 260K kilometer. What? 260 kilometer? What does that mean? Hike. You hiked for 260 kilometers. That's insane. Yeah. They were excellent. The fit is tight, which I like. Between these socks, good shoes, and applying chapstick or lotion to hot spots, my feet were left in perfect condition while my fellow walkers suffered from extreme blisters. After the hike, I returned home and bought another set to add to my running wardrobe. One warning, always hang to dry. A host at a hostel I stayed at put everything in the dryer before I could hang everything to dry, and one of the socks had a melted patch from the heat. That's horrible. I think I got some good leverage on that last cough. They don't slip down the ankle, wrinkle under the foot, and are breathable. Highly recommend. Ordered these for my hubby, as he enjoys walks, runs both indoors and outdoors. He raved about how amazing this support is through the arc and support it offers his plate and pinned ankle in his one foot. We'll be ordering many more pairs. Definitely have it. Must have. Definitely worth it. Must have for daily use. It's good. Clapping hands emoji. Pleasantly surprised at the comfort. Comfortable and dry. Very high and perfect socks. Comfy for long distance. Auto Sales Pro. I love the fit and look with dress pants. The wool content what's up with this? The wool content. The wool content. You know, I ate ice cream today. I'm lactose intolerant. The wool content wicks away perspiration from my feet and fit gives support. And just eating congesting foods in general. It doesn't have to be lactose. I could just eat vegan ice cream too. Similar thing happens. I spend many hours on my feet and work daily. Between dog walking and work walking, I daily cover about 15,000 steps. These are my must-have socks. Sorry for coughing so much like this. I guarantee if it's annoying to you, you couldn't imagine how annoying it is to me. I'm having almost a panic attack at how much I hate having congestion. Having specific left and right socks is very interesting. They fit perfectly, which helps prevent blisters. Walked 750 kilometers with them and did not get any blisters. Very comfortable and keeps the feet dry. Socks for fussy husbands. My husband is very bougie in particular when it comes to his clothing. These are his favorite socks, and he knows he's going to get a pair every birthday and anniversary and Christmas. Oh man, I didn't like that one. Comfortable to wear. Yeah, I'll bet she showed that to him. Honestly, the best socks I ever bought. Again, it says honestly, the best socks I ever bought. Great socks. Now I know you don't want to see this. I find it comfortable. I had to take it very big to have a good comments, a good quality. This is a translated one. Now I know you don't want to hear this, okay? You're excited, you think this is really good. I'm going to go down to the 1 stars. Okay, I'm going to see what the 1 stars say. Poor stitching layout, not great for runners over 5 kilometers. There's a noticeable friction spot where the logo is stitched inside the sock, which caused hot spots during longer runs. Yeah, that's a good point. They show the logo on the inside. It's definitely embroidered. You could feel it. Hole after second use. Unfortunately, a hole after the second use. It does look well made though. Avoid these, buy wool. Bought a set of there and the company's wool running hiking socks. Both came sealed in vacuum pack. The only label was "Don't suffocate yourself." This pair is so incredibly uncomfortable. Almost blister inducing after a couple of hours. Don't buy them. Do buy the wool ones. At least they're supposed to be wool. But both pairs, not a mark on them except the brand. Although these socks feel like there are tags on them, but on the inside I checked, no tag. Buyer beware, significant shrinkage after washing and drying. I've been using sports socks for over a decade. Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and more. No issues. I decided to give the Danish endurance socks a chance to see if I was missing something in terms of quality for cardio and gym. When I received them, they fit perfectly fine as expected. I put them in the washing machine, cold wash, and dryer. Big mistake. I shouldn't have put them in the dryer. Like I do with any other socks, except these are not any other socks, and it specifically says not to do that. However, when they came out of the dryer, I noticed immediately after that the socks significantly reduced in size to the point where they no longer fit me. The socks went from a size 13 to a size 8. And I can't even put half my foot into the sock now. Thankfully, Amazon has a fantastic return policy. But buyer must beware for those looking at these socks. For reference, I ordered the size extra large white. Cheap thin socks. I'm honestly shocked at how terrible the running socks turned out to be. The product description claimed they had cushioning, but there's absolutely none. The material is incredibly thin, offering no support or comfort whatsoever. They feel cheap, flimsy, and nothing like what was advertised. I expected a quality pair of socks, but these were a complete letdown. Very disappointed with the purchase, and I would not recommend them to anyone. No moisture wicking. Worse, wore these for a 5K run and my feet were so sweaty. My feet don't usually sweat this much in other socks, so safe to assume that these are not moisture wicking or breathable. Do not recommend if you like having dry feet while you run. Lol. Uncomfortable and poor fit. These socks have a weird shape and fit strangely. The material is uncomfortable with barely any stretch, making them awkward to wear. Definitely wouldn't recommend buying them. These socks bleed. These socks bleed pink everywhere on your feet and stain your running shoes. The number of left and right socks. Receive 6 socks and 4 right socks. Okay, well, I need to go to sleep. Am I ever excited about it though? I love going to sleep. I love it when it rains too. I just had a dream I was in the guy's Biden blast. I talked to him for a bunch. I was walking down the street and I saw Philip Seymour Hoffman with a bunch of celebrities. I was walking among them. And then they had these guard dogs. And Philip was walking behind me. And I was waiting for him to catch up. And then the people in front of me, their dogs kind of jumped at me. They didn't even care. They just let them jump at me. And then they walked by me. I said, "What's up, Rover?" Because his name was Rover. And then they walked by me to meet Philip. And then there were like 50 dogs. And there was some guard dog. I said, "I'm going to make noise even though these are celebrities. In case they have really bad dogs." I made noise just to alert everyone. And one of the guard dogs came over. It jumped up and it bit me on the shoulder. I started yelling. No one did anything. And then it jumped up and bit me again. So I started screaming help. I was just screaming over and over. And then I followed the dog in front of everyone and ran to kick it. And then it woke me up. I threw my foot off the couch. Story of my life. I hope not. mess.
Mm. 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 Mm.
Mm.